So I'd like you to get to know your neighbor, their interests, maybe two or one, and also their name. That's what we have to do. At the basis of networking, we need to know who is beside you. You might be sitting next to a CEO and you are not aware. Yeah? So it won't cost a thing for you to just ask them your name, you know, share some hello. I hope everyone is inside. If also you have a friend who is not that busy, you can also tag them along. Tell them that the session is still ongoing and they are still welcome to participate and to also watch. Yeah? So as we wait for our guest speakers and other guests to be here, I'd like you to feel comfortable. Yeah? And since this is going to be an interactive session, you should be able to feel free to ask questions, feel free to engage, feel free to network. Nothing should actually limit you to that. So, like someone who will volunteer to pray for us, do we have a prayer? Someone who will pray for us? You will. Okay, just wait. I'm going to call you for so that the guests to have seated down or to have come in. Thank you. What's your name? Rachel. Okay. I also have a question. Who amongst you can run a playlist through the Bluetooth over there? You can. Go and sit over there. The first seat. Do you mind? Okay, please go and have a seat there. Sasa? Tushapata DJ utamsongea tu. Here. A round of applause for him for volunteering, please. Thank you. I guess the room has been quite silent for a long time. I don't really like that. At least we need some energetic music. Yeah? So as we wait also for the speakers again, I think they're putting up some arrangements. Are you done knowing your neighbors? Kuna rafiki yetu hapa hana neighbor. Hi, what's your name? Oh, wewe sijue neighbor yako shwali. Msalimie. Hey. That's nice. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is about time we start. Is the national anthem ready? All right. I'll urge you to stand in unison so that we start out with the national anthem. Kindly, let's all stand up for the national anthem. All right, thank you so much. Can we all have our seats? A round of applause for the guests and speakers who are in our midst. And to begin with, we dive straight into a powerful keynote session, and the topic is from idea to product, thus intellectual property rights and commercialization of ideas. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to welcome Dr. Wafula Wekesa from the Directorate of Innovation and Research. A round of applause for him as he comes on stage. Let it be continuous until he gets here.
Thank you, Miranda, for that warm welcome. As you have been informed, I'm going to be a keynote, and my name is Wafula, in charge of the Directorate of Research and Innovation at Multimedia University of Kenya. And looking at the topic, it is beginning with idea and how you can transit or you can move to the product or to the tangible kind of product. And the subject will be what we call intellectual property rights and commercialization of ideas. That means beyond academic, beyond maybe the projects that we do at either third year or maybe fourth year or fifth year. For those of us who are in the space of research at master's and at PhD level, beyond publishing your thesis and doing what we call defense and then getting an award, what next? This is what this keynote is all about. And I'll give you just an outline of the keynote, a very short one. So then I will ask maybe if there's any question and maybe an engagement in form of a discussion. These are objectives which are going to inform my keynote. So at the end of this short keynote presentation, I expect that the participants here will have an idea of what this IP is all about and what are the do's and don'ts that you can avoid at this stage, whether you are at the patent, whether you are at the model stage, that maybe in my 18 years of doing commercialization of ideas, that I have maybe encountered, but I don't want you to encounter. But as I mentioned, being the Director of Research and Innovation at this university, it will be important just to highlight some of the factors that actually are driving maybe connecting us with the industries, especially from the academia point of view, in terms of the knowledge flow. So what are the factors or the influencing factors that connects academia, industry, and I will add also government. Government is very important, especially when you are looking at it from the commercial angle. And I will pause by asking a question. Do you know the qualification of becoming a member of parliament or an MP in Kenya? Anybody who knows the minimum qualification for you to be a member of parliament in Kenya? Minimum. And I will give you a hint. Please don't mention anything to do with academics. In Kenya, you don't need any certificate to be a member of parliament. They don't even want to care whether you went to nursery school, whether you went to class 2. They don't. That one, bear in mind. But guess who are the decision makers? So I want to get maybe a response from the participants or from the guests. What are the minimum requirements for you to be a member of parliament? I have seen a hand here. And I want to see whether you will get it.
Good morning. I'd say 21 years of age, must be a Kenyan citizen.
Aha.
A registered voter.
Pardon?
You must be a registered voter.
Yes.
A Kenyan citizen also. And then you must be 21 years of age as the maximum, the least number of years you should be.
Very good. Oh, I will score 2, but I will put an X on 1. The one on the registered voter, maybe just explain where. Should I be a registered voter, for example, in my own, maybe let's use my own constituency, Kiminini in Kitale, or I can even be a registered voter in Nairobi and vie in Kiminini? Any idea on that? Anybody from the audience? Should you be a registered voter within that locality?
I think so. Yes. But I'm not certain.
I think so. That's why we are here. Let me get the final response on that question. A registered voter where? Sometimes we assume we are so much into books. I have seen a hand here, but we assume basic. And these are jobs which are going to be advertised next year.
At the constitution that you'll be representing, constituency that you'll be representing.
According to her, you must be a registered voter at that constituency. Anybody? And I want to actually give you an assignment. Go and check this. I, Wafula, who is registered here in Nairobi, I can go and vie in a constituency in Kilifi. If maybe you are not aware, so long as I'm a Kenyan of sound mind, and if I have the skills of getting people around, and if I have money, because you know our people, you must fix the food. And that food should be the food for that day. They will care about tomorrow, maybe another day. So have some money, they will listen to you. Have good ideas, very nice ideas, but they will tell you, when we come and listen to you, is there anything? So that is the situation on the ground that we are having. And sometimes the people who have gone at the university or maybe at college, we think politics is for people who, you know, who are corrupt and who are not sound mind. That is not our cup of tea. But I want to challenge you that political decisions are very important, and the policies are anchored, especially to the politicians. So kindly align yourself to the political dynamics and what is happening in your country. If you don't know your MCA at the village level, know him. If you don't know your MP, know him. Support them with one purpose. You need them for lobbying any of these ideas that we are going to talk about. So we might talk so good things here about IPs, about commercialization of ideas, but if you don't understand our governance as a country, you might get it wrong. And that's why a lecturer who is always in class is different from a lecturer who is co-creating, who is always in the communities. Because you are in touch with what is happening than just being the classroom maybe tutor or the classroom student. You are just dealing with models. But models, when you go outside, is totally different from the actual systems which are actually in the industries. So you need to actually get in touch and understand that nowadays we are moving out of the classroom kind of simulations and methodology, research, definitions, you know. But we want people who can do. That's why if I get an MP who has a very good lobbying language, even me, if I become a PS, I'll put that MP closer to me, because he understands the language of the communities. If I want to launch my idea, I will introduce it to them. They do the lobbying, so that we need what we call the acceptance by the communities, and you need people who understand that community and the culture. And that's why we need social scientists. That's why we need the humanities. That's why we need people who have done economics, the business. That's why we need the lawyers, the legal people. That's why we need the scientists, and that's why we need the engineers. All these have their space. And today, I want to try to highlight some of the things that we have been making or maybe thinking about, but we don't know that we are innovators. And I've just given an example in my slide. If you go to the next slide, where there's a creation of human mind. And this is very important. We assume that maybe it's none of our business to know the source of such an item like a pen. Our IK president yesterday, the keynote speaker, mentioned about simple things that we import. Is it in our mind to know even whatever shoe you have put on, which country was it manufactured? And it's good I have my friend, partner, my industry partner from Huawei here, and they will be following this discussion. So these products that we get, why do you think the made in Kenya, if you count on the shelves, maybe it's less than 2%? And that is why we are here. And I'm going to illustrate that in the next slide. The issue here is the product. And most of the countries have moved away from this issue of first-class honors, second-class honors, masters, PhD. They don't care. They want what is the product. You did a PhD, yes? Let's say in financial modeling. The idea or the invention that you came up with, give us the product. Not on a 200-pager document with maybe objectives and with some recommendations which even you don't understand yourself. So what are the tangible products? And I think that's where the world is going maybe for. So we want, if you tell us you have a Master of Science in Sustainable Energy, what is the tangible product that we can actually look at and focus on? And I'll just give some factors that maybe look into this product. One of it, if you look at my slide, if you got just to the next, yes, is the materials. So there are some, for you to come up with a product, you'll need some inputs. And these inputs, it could be, if it's a tangible product, like if it's an iPhone, you remember the touch screen before it came in 1945, thereabout, you had to look at where is it going to be applied. And I think Apple, by that time, moved in and then the iPhone came in. So they had an application. But for you to do that, you need to, apart from the material, the input, you need to add the utilities. You need what we call beta tests, or what we call a piloting kind of infrastructure to actually put all these inputs, whether they are semiconductors, then you need utilities. Then on top of that, and China has actually done good at this, you need labor. There's no way you are going to go into local manufacturing without looking at your labor. You looking at your capacity as an industry, as an innovator. And that's where now there's a challenge. Why? Most of our products we consume, the labor aspect is a bit a challenge. And the challenge is coming in terms of many aspects, the technical and also the financial monitoring of whatever product that you are actually trying to manufacture. And most of our manufacturing companies are actually not local. Just to mention a few, most of the phones that we use, the companies are actually from outside. But I'll go to the last item, which is going to inform the topic or the keynote speech that I'm going to make. The IP, mostly commonly known as intellectual property rights. This, if you just go next, is, I can say, an afterthought in most of the innovator debates I go. you'll think so much on what do I need. If I want to make like briquettes, so I'll go for maybe what are the feedstock, for example. So I will look for a clay where it can be my binder, maybe clay soil nearby. I'll look at maybe any other feedstock like biomass. Which type of briquettes am I going to use? I will care so much on do I have a workshop, a space where I can store. Then I will think the labor, the machine that needs maybe to do this briquetting, you need labor. Intellectual property, it will never come in the mind of many innovators. It will never feature. You want money. In fact, you just want to see, if you want briquettes which come from maybe some charcoal dust, if you can just even steal all the charcoal dust in Rongai and then have the briquettes and then get money. Even institutions like universities, you'll find that IP is is silent. Is never touched at all. But not only as a researcher who has spent time in the field, I can assure you that intellectual property is a very key component. And most of my colleagues and most of my partners, especially locally here, they don't recognize. And sometimes they don't know the value of it. And that is why I'm here. Why IP? Why this creation of mind? What are the governing, maybe, policies that are there? I can assure you is an asset. It has an economic value. Apart from just the cash flow you will get when you are maybe doing any project, whether you are looking at it at the discounted value point of it, or you are looking at it just from the simple period, maybe payback. So the studies which have been done, especially on this IPs, and most of the companies, and Leo and the team, Diana, who are from Huawei, will tell you. Because there are companies, it's all over the world. They will tell you that they benefit a lot from these intellectual property rights, between a range of 45 to 75% of actually what they generate. And just to highlight that the IP can be intangible asset, and it can further go, you can go ahead and classify it into maybe ownership. You can own it. You can be the title deed owner. Somebody can buy that intellectual property. And you can also lease it. So it has many forms. Depending on the structure, you can also inherit it from maybe the company which has a lineage, maybe of a community or a family, and so on. Normally, the intellectual property rights are simply protecting the interest of those who created the ideas by giving them, of course, the property rights over what they invented or what they created. So it's important to classify that. And as I've just mentioned, there are two classes. If we talk about registerable, you have heard about, maybe if you go to the next button, two classes, yes. So I have highlighted, I will not go into them, but you have heard about patents. You have heard about maybe trademarks. Non-registerable which does not mean not protectable. You have had things like music, the film, some of the music even you do. And just to mention a few, some of you have had some paintings, which actually very innovative, but sometimes you don't know that that is also a source. Or you're just good at maybe graphics. You're just maybe good at computer modeling. You don't know that actually is also a source. It can be a source of an asset, is an economic value. And some companies steal from you, but you don't know. Especially when you get those silent emails that we are welcoming you to our conference. And because they have seen you, even maybe on your thesis, of course, maybe we have done a master's, or maybe that you do at fourth year, they are just good at scouting. And they even offer you some good, even air ticket. We saw this topic somewhere. Kindly, we shall give you accommodation. We shall give you even time after the conference, an excursion. Ask yourself, why are people just seated somewhere and they are locating even some of the things I've done, and they are just offering me these free benefits at no value. And I'm going to highlight that. I want, before I delve into that, the next slide is just to give the overview of this IP. Even if you're looking at it from the corporates, even if you're looking at it from the industrial property where Huawei are here, or even just the bland breeding, which is very common in the region. And you can further, I will focus so much on the industrial property, if you go back to that slide, where now the academia will come in. And in multimedia, since 2021, we have 4 patents. One of the patents is actually owned by our Vice Chancellor. She did a patent on insects, how to capture some insects, which affects mostly the food security in the farms. And normally in Kenya, you are given a period of 20 years to protect your patent. So, and it's very important to actually protect your patent, whether it is tangible or intangible. Trademarks, I have mentioned about that. Intellectual property, in the next slide, also includes, or you should be able to know that it includes confidential and classified information such as the formulas and the practices, the procedures and the processes in terms of instrumentation, the patterns and compilation. All these are best known as trade secrets. And don't worry, because I'm going to share you this slide so that you are informed. I will just highlight the IP rights in the next slide. Why actually we have this right, so that you cannot reproduce, somebody cannot go ahead and reproduce your work, or distribute, or sell, or rent, or modify, or adapt, or maybe import. In a nutshell, that's what slide shows about. We are just protecting your idea. Let me go bullet by bullet on some of this IP or intellectual property, just mentioning examples. If the next slide, please. So I will start with the patents, the utility models, and the copyrights. There is also the trade or service marks. So these words, or maybe if you have a trademark, you want to distinguish your product or your goods from another company, is also an IP. And sometimes don't make a mistake and use somebody's trademark, you will actually go into the legal actually action, which is very expensive to move. I will just give examples. You have seen in the next slide, you have seen such kind of trademarks. So you don't just go and pick maybe a trademark and then maybe go and make a mistake, you want to market your product using it. And even yours, even if it is modified and unique to you, you have a right to actually sue any company which actually picks your idea or your trademark. So what I'm saying here is you must, there's a requirement to register your trademark so that you can distinguish whatever product you are churning out. And you must ensure that it must not create any confusion in the minds of the customer. So it means in our Kenyan case, we have what we call KIPI, which does that, checks and balances that whatever IP or whatever patent you want to produce or you have applied for, there is experts who checks and see that it doesn't bring in any confusion. Trademark symbols like this, you have heard about, you have seen them. Very important. They are protected. You don't just use them. So one is used for unregistered, maybe marks. Then another one is used for the registered trademarks. And you have seen them. You need to understand what is the genesis of them. So here I've just mentioned the trademark dilution. So which actually this one comes in when people are looking at it in terms of the marketing. And I've just given some few examples, but I want you to spend more time to look at this. I want us to look at the industrial designs, which most of you even maybe designers, how to protect the shape or just the outward appearance of an article. You know? So the how is very simple. You need to file a design registration on that shape. And normally, it can go even up to 15 years. So that you have the rights to not to allow anybody to misuse your design. But how many of us have designed and are designers getting money? And you have your unique design, but somebody, because of the technology, just goes and takes maybe 2 minutes and actually reproduces the same and gets money out of it, and you are not aware. So you're losing a lot of money, and that's why I'm saying about 45 to 75% of the money or the revenues are being lost because we are not aware. Types of design, I'll not go into this, there are so many in the industry. So you have seen some designs. If you move after static, you'll see like now different designs. And you'll see how companies sometimes can infringe or can import or can steal into your design from that artwork. Let's look at the trade secrets, the next slide. What are they? This is simply the confidential data or information that maybe you have. Normally, this secrecy must be retained. And you need actually to protect this. And I will explain this maybe in another function, in another platform. So here is just an explanation. You have heard about non-disclosure agreements. Most of the companies, before you engage into any conversation, especially if you want to have a JV or a joint venture, they will tell you sign the NDA. Simply they are protecting some information which you can actually use against. Suppose that discussion don't even proceed. What will happen? Then we also Apart from that, of course, you have heard about the trade secrets like the ones I have shown. And maybe as I just move you to almost the final slides, or the slides at the end, I want you to go to the slide where there is value of intellectual property. The value, just move to the next slide, please. Where there's the value of IP. Just move. Very good. So apart from the market value and having a source of income generation, there is also an aspect of being a foundation of dominance. You want to be dominant. Of course, also, in case there are mergers and acquisitions, you want to ensure that you are well protected. And of course, for any license agreement, that is the main object, because it is actually an economic value of your company as an innovator. Now, I'll just mention 5 mistakes that maybe I want you to avoid. Mistake number 1. Protecting your IP as after-fact tactic, and I've actually highlighted this. That after doing all these things, now the IP becomes an afterthought. It should not. It should be at the stake. Mistake number 2, as an innovator, ensure that your IP should not be contaminated at original stage. The next mistake that I don't want you to do, not securing your IP rights from contracted entities. Of course, there are conmen outside there. So you need to ensure that these are contracted entities. Second last, the partners, that's number 4, or co-inventors, agree to ownership of the IP by signing a written agreement. And this one is common, especially where you are having joint ventures. Then lastly, number 5, now this one affects the academia. My colleagues and my students in the academia, this is where we become exposed. IP should not be publicly disclosed before deciding and executing on a strategy. So you are dashing into a conference. You don't know whether even your idea should be for public consumption. We are just giving all the information. Publications you have already published. That IP, when it goes to the KIPI, it will just be disqualified from the word go, so long as it's out. Posting information in their website, on our social media platform, meeting with company representatives or colleagues. Measure your words, especially if you are in the IP industry. Do anything else, but don't actually disclose all this. And don't expose to any public forum. The last mistake, and this is common, most companies will just rely on only one type of IP right protection. There's need to extend it to more than one type, as I have explained. I want, as I finish, I just mentioned something on commercialization. So as you go to the next slide, kindly, jump that slide of technology transfer and go where we have commercialization or technology commercialization. Just move to the next slide again. Yes, technology commercialization. I want as dear innovators, we look at research at the eyes of commercialization, at the eyes of market. Beyond research, what next? So have that research being transitioned to market, and that's where commercialization is. So here is making use of research and intellectual assets by industry, and mostly the industry should be the consumers. Are you in a position whereby the industry consumes your idea, or even comes and now wants to sign, a contract with you on how you can now commercialize this? Because that's where the financing aspect comes in. In most of these ideas, you need to implement it with a financial support. And the next slide is just to give commercialization options, starting from the startup, whether it's a spin-off, or whether it's an outright sale of the technology and the licensing of maybe the technology. At the student level, I will be keen on the spin-off and also on the startup. But this startup and spin-off should be actually make sure you have what you call an IP lawyer. You have you work with a legal department to guide you, so that companies or private sector maybe might not maybe make advantage. Because for you who is a student, they might just tell you, we shall give you 5 million. And 5 million as a student, you are very excited. But for them, they are looking at the bigger picture of the ideas that you are owning. Maybe your IP is 100 million, or maybe your idea or your patent is 100 million. So you need to have a legal entity. And as a university, our Directorate of Research and Innovation, we have a capable team to be able to guide you. And as a university, we have separated the patents or the IPs which are originating from a student, which are originating from a faculty member, and if you are just originating from a consortia or maybe a team. So we are able to even specify how much revenues you should be able to get. And that means we need to have policies which you have put in place. So as I finish, because I must finish, if you got the last slide of where we have technology commercialization process, yes. It outlines all the steps from the invention up to the last stage, where now you are doing the evaluation to see how much or what is the value of this. If you want to commercialize this, what will be the value in it? And because I'm not going outside Kenya, I will be here. I'm very sure, as you got the last slide, which we say, thank you, I'll be available. I have put my contact there. You can even come and we show you some of the IP that we have, intellectual property that we are having in terms of the patents, how much is required. And we are not only serving maybe the university, we are also serving the community. So even that idea can come from outside. We are able to guide you on how you should be able to protect it. So with those few remarks, allow me to thank you for giving me your audience on this subject of the IP rights and commercialization of ideas. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that insightful keynote speech. A round of applause again as he gets off stage, ladies and gentlemen. And now it's about time that we announce the presence of the panelists who are to get on stage in a few. I will kindly request the ushers to get the seats on stage as we prepare for the next set of panelists. Be aware that we will be discussing about building for reality, bridging the gap between innovation and implementation, because ideas don't really fail due to lack of brilliance, but they fail when it comes to execution. You can have the idea, but the way you are pitching it out here or the way you are going to sell your idea to people is what limits you towards the growth of your idea and tools, and also limits you to executing the plan. Yeah, so you feel most of us are just stuck in one place. They just have a bunch of ideas building up each day, but they do not know how to execute them. So it's up to you for today and also later that you make sure you strategically place yourself in a place you will be able to market your skills. You know, do not just surround yourself with people who are just confined into one thing. I mean, have a group of people who are diversified in skills, you know. As I said earlier, this is a room for networking. So you make sure you say hello to each and everyone out here. You never know where this might land you. So, as we proceed, I would like to introduce them one by one as they get on stage. And here are the rules. At the mention of each panelist, you are expected to applaud until they take their seat. Is that okay? Are we together? Yeah? So at the mention of each panelist, I will expect you to applaud them until they have a seat. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Mr. DJ over there. Allow me to applaud Mr. Liu. He has something to say to the audience. A round of applause for him as he comes on stage.
Morning. Jumbo. Jumbo. My name is Leo, and I come from Huawei. And I take in charge of the commercial and the distribution market in Kenya. And my friend from school also gave me a Kenyan name, Munene. I wish it could be a good Kenyan name. Okay, very glad to be here.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for this wonderful event, and thank you for inviting Huawei. My name is Dana Nyamache. Thank you, Dr. Wakesa and the team. So I think, sorry, we have to rush, but we have our team around who will be able to actually tell you more about Huawei. But I think most of you, when you hear Huawei, I think it's just phone. So there's much more that we can do from the consumer, from the consumer business, enterprise business, digital power. We have a lot that we can do, end-to-end solutions. So I'm happy that our colleagues are here. They will also showcase some of the education solutions that we have. And pretty soon, we might be having an education event, which Multimedia will be able to tell you the dates and the information that they have. So you're all welcomed, so that at least you can be able to learn more about Huawei and what we offer. So thank you so much. And thank you for the wonderful event. Thank you.
A round of applause again for them. And as you can see, the stage has already been set. I hope the panelists are already in the room, because it's about time we welcome them on stage. So I will start off. Our first panelist is from the a renewable energy strategist representing Safi Power International. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Mutua Kelvin. Mutua Telvin, I mean. A round of applause for Mutua Telvin. Thank you so much for that. And our second panelist for the day is the Distribution Sales Manager at Huawei. A round of applause for Trevor Kimaru Pim. And our third panelist is a technical solar expert from Sentimental Energy. A round of applause for Benaya Namuyu. Huyo umemnyima makofi jamani. And the fourth panelist, who is also likely the last, we have Bonke Mulama from BYB Foundation. A round of applause as he gets on stage, ladies and gentlemen. And finally, our able moderator for the day. Allow me to invite Anita. A round of applause for her as she gets on stage. Anita Wasike. A round of applause again for all the panelists.
Good morning. Sorry, good afternoon. Good afternoon once again. Once again, welcome to day 2 of the Innovation Week. My name is Anita Wasike, and I'll be the moderator for this session. We've just come from a very powerful keynote where we talked about taking ideas from the concept to actualizing them. And so now we get to ask the question, why do so many ideas never make it into the real world, right? So our theme for today is building for reality, bridging the gap between innovation and implementation. And I'm very excited because we have our 4 panelists here, and they are going to tell us from their different angles. As you've heard from our MC, they come from various backgrounds. Yeah, so we'll get right into it. For the first question, we'll have Mr. Mulama. From your work on the ground with Be Your Best Foundation, in your view, what is the most common reason innovative ideas fail before they ever reach implementation?
Thank you very much for the opportunity. And first and foremost, I'd like to introduce Be Your Best Foundation, which is a hub of young professionals where we come together to mentor each other, share opportunities, and innovate new solutions that make the world a better place. So I'm very glad for the choice of discussion themed towards why ideas fail. Nearly all of us get ideas. Every time, every second, there is someone getting a new idea popping into his head. But why do ideas fail? Some of our ideas, we take a step higher into trying and implementing them. I'm a graduate of Multimedia University, and part of the requirement in the 4th year is for us to develop a research project that we need to actualize. And I remember my research was based on an idea, and I had the passion, and I really loved the wind turbines that are there in the Muresa logo. So my research project was actually a vertical axis wind turbine. And I want to say that most of our ideas that we have, some of them are working but theoretically, we develop a good idea, put it down on paper, but some of us, since we are students, we don't have the enough experience on the ground. We've not interacted with the real life scenarios. We tend to have most ideas that are theoretically viable, but not realistically viable. The ideas that are context blind. In that, you can have a very good graphical representation, extrapolated data, all of it making sense. But when it comes to now implementing the idea is when it becomes a problem. And there are things like cost constraints, policies, and the reality, the infrastructure reality. Because I remember when I was doing my project, creating a vertical axis wind turbine, I thought by creating a vertical axis wind turbine, the height of this podium, I'd generate quite good amount of power. But in real sense, I generate nearly 100 watts of power instantaneous. Which means that, yes, the idea was good, making a vertical axis wind turbine, but on the ground, the application, it will not get a lot of applications because the power being generated is quite insignificant. Regardless that I went ahead to implement it anyway, but I could not go further than just my research project, because now implementing it will mean I spend more money in making the product, but in terms of the output will be less. So I'd want to point that most ideas fail is because we are context blind, and if we interact more with the professionals, if we get to some hands-on activities, if we get to be outside there and get ideas from real problems, is when we'll have a better success rate.
Thank you for that view, Bonke. What I'm picking up from what Mr. Mulama has said is that we need more exposure when it comes to what we're actually dealing with. So we'll go to the next question. Mutua. Mr. Telvin Mutua, I'd love a real example from you. Can you share briefly a moment where a technically solid idea just didn't translate into a real world impact? What happened?
Thank you and good afternoon. So for me, I think the gap lies between transition from academia and industry, because as Mulama said, you might have a very brilliant idea in the academic world, but the transition and where it comes to fruition is not only in the academic world, but also more so in the industry, because that's where we gauge impact and sustainability. So based on that, I want to point on a few aspects. So the first thing I will want to do is pick on a solution in the solar energy and how recently it has not made tangible impact, more so on the Kenyan soil, because of the existing policies. So in the solar space, you have grid-tied solutions which enable you to maybe offset a bill during your daytime production as a facility or even as a residential. But now the question comes in, you have sustained and managed to sort your energy demand at that particular moment, and you still producing more, and you see energy cannot be destroyed, you can only transform it into different forms. So what do you do with this extra power? So that has been a very huge gap in this Kenyan context, because we've not been able to, up to now, fully exercise the exportation policy on the grid side solution. So that is something that you might want to, it is a very good idea for you to sell back to the grid, but is it sustainable? Is it working? So you need to know what solution are you going to have and what are you going to do as an industry leader to make sure at least whatever you're going to do with your idea is going to translate into a sustainable and feasible solution. But it's been work in progress as we speak. There has been new developments from EPRA and as a result of public participation. So very soon people will be now going into exportation, which is now going to be a plus. But as it was before, 2-3 years ago, it was a very huge challenge. That is why you need a merger between academia and industry to make sure that these things happen. So I think that is one of the key highlights that I've been able to witness in the space.
Thank you, Telvin Mutua. We'll move next to from concept to reality. We'll get this question to Trevor. Trevor, from Huawei's experience distributing at scale, at what stage do you think innovations begin to break down? Is it at design? Is it at prototyping or deployment? And why?
Well, first of all, I'd like to say good afternoon to everyone. Or is it afternoon? Yeah. For that particular question, I'd like to say the problem begins at the initial phase of prototyping. You see, prototypes are usually created for demonstrations. They are not created for durability. So during the making of the prototype, it's usually made to just showcase the solution, but not really a pioneer that will revolutionize the industry. And then when we're moving from the prototype phase to the design phase, there is usually a problem. Like I can give a real world example. Huawei at the moment, we are in the process of designing a new interactive screen. Now, this interactive screen, we had suggested to them to remove the camera feature for education because there's not a lot of remote meetings that schools particularly use where you would have to showcase, per se, like a boardroom to the other remote users. What we require mainly is that the interactive screen be able to allow users to connect, but you don't need the camera to showcase the classroom. So as we were doing the design phase for this particular screen, we added in new features, new software features, the Android systems. We even added in better microphones and whatnot. But immediately afterwards, we realized one very key point that we missed, the cost. So a lot of the time during design phases, we don't factor in the cost of which we are making these upgrades. So that once we've passed the design phase, now we want to go to implementation, we realize, yes, we've created a solution that people want, but it's not a solution that's feasible cost-wise. So you find at the end of the day, you have to scrape the idea or start again or create a new idea that manages both, one, the budget, and two, the particular function. Is it something that can be sustainable or is it something that will cost even more? So I would say the problem for implementing ideas is, one, during the prototyping phase, we have too much faith in the solution without particularly testing it. Two, we don't factor in cost during design. A lot of engineers will look at the solution and give you the solution, but they will not factor in the fiscal limit of that particular solution. So now the financiers look at the solution and say, no, this is a good solution, but it's too expensive.
Thank you, Trevor. What I'm picking up from Trevor's answer is that cost is a huge factor when it comes to innovations. So next, we'll move to Benaya. Benaya, as someone working hands-on in solar technology, how do you think innovators can better integrate real-world constraints like costs, infrastructure, and user behavior early in the design process?
Thank you and good afternoon. Thank you for your question. I believe whenever you're coming up with a new solution, am I audible? Oh, thank you. Whenever you're coming up with a new solution, you're trying to solve a particular challenge in a market. And my colleague had mentioned that you'll build a prototype. That's the first phase. You're going to build a prototype, but this prototype or this product that you're building, you want to first test it in a market. Therefore, it means you need a product and you need a market. Those are two things that come after you've built a prototype. After you've done that, you'll need to have customers and you'll need to have a service. If you have a product, whether it's an engineering product within solar space or any other industry, you'll have to have a service center. Where are you going to maybe store these equipments? How are they going to circulate the market? Finally, you're going to need the right finances, where how are you going to finance your particular innovation? How are you going to set up a company? And finally, you need to create a structured business for you to be able to ensure that your business, or rather the solution that you've created, is able to progress and be able to sustain itself within the market. So with all these steps, or rather, I believe they are very critical steps, this is what is supposed to enable a particular product, whether it's within solar. Allow me to be a bit general, because I've read the room and I found out that not everyone is within the solar space. So you have to have a structure, and taking step-by-step measures enables you to be able to have something that is tangible and sustainable within the market. I've said this because I've done it practically, not just by being in the business. Maybe if you read the title, it says like I work for Sentimental Energy. But in addition to that, I also have a startup. It's called Sandara Africa, a solar drying company. And I had to learn this the hard way. Initially, you'll come up with a startup and you'll think that the prototype that you're building is what you're going to sell in the market. But what you're actually developing is what you're going to test in the market. Once you've tested and your customers have agreed with whatever solution you're offering, you're now going back to build that product. You're going to pitch that product to investors and financiers. And then now you're going to have a company, which now you're going to set up to be able to grow your business. So I don't know if that has answered your question.
That has answered my question. So basically, structure is something very important. Next, on to barriers and system constraints. Trevor, staying with you. Again, what technical, regulatory, or operational barriers do you think most frequently run into that prevent products from reaching the people who need them, as someone in the distribution?
For that particular question, I would like to tackle it in two ways. One, policy frameworks. That's where I'd like to begin. Sometimes you find that policymakers do not keep up with incoming ideas. You can find that you have a particular solution that's innovative and can help the market, but the government does not have a particular policy to allow you to operate. So you find in that particular instance, your idea becomes, at the end of the day, irrelevant, because you cannot give it to the market, because you're not allowed by the policymakers who are currently in power. So for us to particularly move forward in the industry, we need to align with the policymakers of the country, such that our innovative ideas are both accepted by, one, the legal system, and two, can be allowed in the Kenyan market without any hindrance or law breaking of any way. Two, in terms of operation, now, as I said, for me, mainly I deal with smart classroom solutions. So we do a lot of network installations as well as board installations for many, many schools. So sometimes you find in a school, the network capacity that they have is not compatible with the solution that they want. For example, you can find that in a particular school, the network capability that they have can only allow for a connection of a maximum 2 to 5 devices. And yet, they want an entire solution for the whole school that encompasses over 50 classrooms. So you see, the network does not have the capability to support each and every one of our devices in each and every classroom. Now, because of this particular issue, it causes us now to particularly pitch to them 2 solutions instead of 1. Now we're pitching 1, we need to do your network solution, and 2, we need to do your classroom solution. So the 2 solutions become double the price of what they initially intended to do, which now becomes a problem for them when it comes to initializing what they wanted to do in their particular school. So the biggest constraint is that where your environment is not ready for the solution that you want to implement. You find the environment itself lacks the readiness to accept the new idea that you want to implement.
right. So what I'm picking up from Trevor is that policies do matter in the environment you're taking your idea into. We'll move next to Bonke. From your foundation side, how do limitations in infrastructure or ecosystem readiness affect whether a new technology actually succeeds in the communities you work with?
Yes, I would say infrastructure and ecosystems play a very critical role. Even the best solutions and inventions depend on the current infrastructure and ecosystems for them to thrive. For example, we've seen the introduction of the electric vehicles that are coming in. But we've seen that currently our infrastructure is not that ready to embrace the electric vehicles. We've seen some of the charging stations or swap stations for the motorbikes are in limited areas and only in the capital city or in the major cities we have. And we've seen the slow in policy making, where there are no tangible policies that have been put in place to actually cushion the uptake of such good inventions here in Kenya. But for example, I would give an example of some policy in other developed countries, is that the citizens who use electric vehicles get less taxes as compared to those who are using the diesel or petrol versions. It's because maybe when you put some policies that are able to now help people to now embrace the new emerging technologies, it makes it easier for the adoption. And also for smart systems, they depend fully on our data centers. Do we have data centers that are able to now to communicate with the new emerging technologies? And also clean energy depends also on the infrastructure, the ability to also transmit and distribute our power. So when you come up with a new idea and the ecosystems and infrastructure are a bit rigid, it makes it hard for you to now upscale and implement your idea fully. So I think our policymakers will actually play a very critical role in helping us develop and implement our ideas in the coming future.
Thank you, Bonke. I think this is a call to action to any policymakers in the room, being something that has been mentioned quite a lot so far. Moving on to adoption, scalability, and sustainability. Mutua, why do some solutions work beautifully in the pilot phases but completely fall apart when scaled? Have you seen this with renewable energy projects? Actually speaking from experience, being someone who owns a company. So yeah.
Okay. I'd say the first problem that people experience, not a problem per se, but a challenge, is that when you're building a solution, in the ideation and concept creation stage, you tend to look at it as a solution that is just going to maybe generate revenue for you, because that is the biggest motivation. But now when you come down and start looking at sustainability and impact and how you can be able to merge sustainability, impact, and revenue generation, then it becomes a totally different conversation, because now you start looking at, one, how do you structure your contracts internally and externally with your service providers to make sure that you are cushioned as a solution. Then two, you also need to align yourself with a lot of policy that also informs you to what extent you can be able to have limits and areas of impact. And then now you need to understand how to build the impact conversation and how to structure your solutions to not only generate revenue for you, which is a plus, but a solution should be more sustainable in a way that it's going to leave a legacy for you. So if you want to create a solution, then you have to make sure that whatever you are doing is going to be there and run even after you exit the market, or should you maybe transition? But now the question is, how do you develop a solution that comes from, like for instance, if I'm doing, let me use my industry, solar. So if I'm doing solar solutions for residentials, then I need to start thinking big and ask myself, is my market only residential clients? If you're comfortable with that, then there's a problem, because you need to look at how you can be able to integrate different markets and how you can be able to create impact along such lines. For instance, we have the new policy that a directive from the Ministry of Education whereby schools are going green. So you need to see and sit and ask yourself, how can I be able to make impact that transcends not only the schools making financial sense out of them stop having utility and current bills, but how is that solution going to impact the learners? Are you going to extend their learning periods? Are you going to give them stable and reliable power? When you go into agriculture, how can I best come in and offer a solution that is able to give constant water supply to farmers in arid areas? How am I able to make sure there's value addition for farmers in terms of fruits and drying and all these things? Vegetables, how can you be able to offer a solution that is more practical than just them having products coming from the farm and they have a very limited window to get them to the market? Then you go to things like industries. You have to ask yourself, there's a conversation about decarbonization and carbon credits. How do you build this up? Do you just offer a solution like a grid-tie solution, or you just give a solution that is going to offset their bills without them looking at decarbonization and all these other things that can be able to benefit from, and you as a service provider should and can benefit from? But now the question is, you see, and to whom much is given, much is expected. So if you're able to give such kind of a solution, then you need to sit down and ask yourself, how best can I be able to achieve this? The first thing you need to do is build capacity as a person. Make sure you understand the technical ins and outs of the solution that you're offering. If not, if you're a specialist in an engineering field and you need help with contracts, don't think you can do it alone. Have a team of people around you. Have someone to assist you with legal work. Have someone who can help you understand the carbon credits policy and how you can be able to benefit from it. So it's a continuous conversation, but you need to have people who are going to help you with the technical insights, but also the emerging market trends, because that is where the conversation is headed. We don't need just a solution that offers power only. So if I am offering you power, and then what happens to decarbonization, what happens to all these other conversation and impact stories that you can be able to generate from that? And then you need to also understand how best you can tell your story, because that is how you're going to enter into rooms that are going to help you shape policy and issues that are going to come into the in future and even in present. So I think that's it for me.
Thank you, Mutua. On to the next. This is going to be open to each and every one of you. I want all of you to weigh in briefly on how important are user adoption, maintenance, and long-term sustainability in determining whether an innovation truly succeeds. So you can just begin, then pass it around. Ability in determining whether innovation truly succeeds.
All right. So I think most of us are very conversant with AI tools right now, right? So I just saw a report today in the morning that Kenya is one of the leading countries in the globe with the adoption of AI. And why is that? Why is Kenya leading? Because one, we have a very youthful population as a country and even as a continent. So those are factors that have led to massive adoption of AI in the country. Now, you need to look at your solution. If you're building solutions that are going to engage people within a target market, for AI developers and service providers in that space, people who own data centers and all these machine language and training institutions, they've identified and made Kenya as a reference point because the market is ready. Now, when you come into a solution that integrates sustainability and cost effectiveness, you need to ask yourself, how best can I be able to sustain this conversation? So I'm going to narrow down to one thing. Assume I'm running a farm in Wajir. I do not have adequate supply of rainfall, but I have immense supply of solar energy and maybe wind in some areas. So how best can I be able to create impact that is sustainable, not only for myself, but for the people around me? Because that's where the conversation is headed. I may not have the ability to run a farm, 1,000-acre farm, but maybe my neighbors could be able to lend me their, or lease their land to me. So you now start looking at, if I want to create sustainability, one, I might have a solution. Am I able to offer employment? Because once you create employment and offer revenue generation incomes, then you start opening the conversation to more sustainable futures and lives around that place and the impact that you're going to create, not only for yourself, but for the community around you. And for most of these people, most of these projects that are in such kind of volatile areas, you find that one of the biggest requirements, even with the local administration, is that not only are you going to offer employment opportunities, but you need to make sure that whatever you're going to have in terms of revenue is going to be shared between you and maybe the local county government in terms of sales and policy and documentation. So all these things are things that you need to consider, and then the more you have local people, in as much as you're going to train them, you need to build capacity, because once you build capacity, people are now able to get more interesting ideas on how they can not only make your solution better, but even make an impact out of it and tell a story. Because if I tell my story as a result of my exposure or interaction with any of these panelists, then it's going to create a more interesting conversation anytime I talk to someone else and tell them, I learned this and this and this from BYB, and I think it's a good thing you can be able to do. Then there's a theory called the marginal gains theory. You don't limit yourself to the only spaces or areas of your influence. Make sure you study and get around spaces where you can be able to get at least better every day by 1%, because that helps you with not only understanding things in your space, but also how you can be able to merge different things. Like for energy, you can merge it with IoT, smart cities, and interactive AI, just to give you a wide range of possibilities. So I think that's it from me.
So from my end, I would like to first tackle the issue of adoption and maintenance. So in terms of adoption, we have two particular points in adoption. Now, we have what we call adoption fatigue. Adoption fatigue is what happens when you create a new solution, but it requires the user to do more or to learn more. And as everyone knows, no one is really willing to do more to get something that is supposed to be an upgrade. Human beings are very lazy creatures. We want something that's easy. We value convenience. Convenience comes key to everything. So what you want from your new product is not to reduce convenience, but rather to increase convenience. That is the first thing about adoption. The second point about adoption is adoption does not mean success. Now, you can have a new idea and it is adopted by many or very many people. You can have that idea being adopted and people using it. But what you have to remember is pilot programs are usually not the real figure. Just because your idea is adopted does not mean your idea will be taken to the scalability level that you're looking for. Sometimes your idea can be adopted just because a particular group can afford that idea. If I can give an example, let's say you have an idea of creating a flying car. Now, a flying car is a very good idea. You want to move from point to point, avoid traffic jams, move faster, and also flying seems like fun. But what you have to realize is the technology you would need to create that flying car would be so expensive that the common Wananchi cannot afford it. Because as of this moment, if we have normal road vehicles that are going for 20 million, how much do you think a flying car will go for? Around 50, 60. How can the common Wananchi afford a flying car? So it's a good idea, but the scalability is not possible because it's not affordable. It's really not affordable. Now, moving on to maintenance. Maintenance has one big problem, and I'll revolve around cost a lot of times. When it comes to maintenance services, a lot of the times when we're implementing an idea, we have no particular allocation for maintenance. Because a lot of the time, our clients ask us, who will do the maintenance services? And sometimes when we sell a solution to a client, they always ask, warranty. And if you give them a warranty period that they're not happy with, they will ask now, how can we extend the warranty? And they wish to extend the warranty at a lower cost. At the end of the day, maintenance costs are something that we have to live with. But now what we have to answer is, who is liable for the maintenance of your particular equipment? Is it the company that sold you the equipment, or is it you who is using the equipment? So that is a bridge we need to gap as a society as whole. Lastly, when it comes to sustainability, I will link it to my point on scalability. Sustainability means it can be used for longer and more durable times. What I mean by sustainability is, can your solution tough out the times? If you create this solution, will it be obsolete by next year? Will it still be there in 5 years? Will people still look at your solution and say, this is a good solution when something else comes up? That is the whole point of sustainability. So when we're creating new ideas, when we're trying to innovate, we should not only innovate for the time that is here, we should innovate for now, tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow. Thank you.
I'll just make mine an example of one of the challenges I encountered in the field. I happen to have worked with two of the panelists who are seated here. And initially, when we used to buy products from our suppliers for installations, at times you'll require to have the product engineer on site for them to come and unlock a particular key for you to be able to use that equipment. And it was very frustrating for us because sometimes even the product engineers did not used to speak the language that we speak. Maybe they'll speak Chinese. And it was a very huge challenge. When we began to implement big projects, I think 2 years ago, they began to reach out to us and they'll ask us, how is the market faring on and what products are you looking at in terms of size? This enabled them to be able to do their own research and development and come up with products that are specific to what a particular locality needs. And by that time, because I solarized learning institutions, we had done 30 schools. By the time they had done the adjustments and brought in new products, we were both winning because I'll make sure I sell a solution that the client is satisfied with. At the same time, the product supply is happy because the product is moving within the market. That tackles the issue of user adoption. When you come up with a solution or an innovation, can you make it easy to use and friendlier to use, less tiresome to install, because we all want to do a job or a particular task within the shortest time possible. When it comes to maintenance, one of the things that we have done maybe as a company is some of the products that we use have a lifespan of 15 years, meaning that after 15 years, this product will be waste, or rather will not have value within the market. What we decided to do is, can we partner with institutions that can be able to recycle these particular products, because we have nowhere to dispose them. At the end of those 15 years, we'll be able to get those materials as raw materials, reuse them, and channel it back into the market. This enables us to tackle, number one, waste, have raw materials also to be able to ensure that the economy rather circulates. So that is a practical example of how I believe my question, or the question that you shared, is answered. Thank you.
Yeah, this question actually hits home because my brand name in social media is actually the Sustainable Evangelist. So when she's asking about sustainability, adoption, and maintenance, I really have to pause and give a very detailed answer on this. So I'll begin by saying innovation only starts by the idea, but sustainability comes in when you keep the idea alive. For example, ideas are actually practical and will succeed if people ideas will actually succeed if people get to use it. For example, we remember when there was this national issuing of mosquito nets, where we all went to our local dispensary, we were issued with mosquito nets. But during inspection and reporting, they realized that these mosquito nets were not being used in our bedrooms, but were best used in our chicken area to seal off our farms from chicken invasion. So it means there was an idea, but during implementation, people were not actually using it at the intended objective. Number two, an idea will only succeed if the maintenance is local. As my previous panelist has just said, if we have to bring in experts to maintain a product, if you have to bring in maybe some gadgets that are quite expensive for the maintenance, it makes it not sustainable. And lastly, I'll say that for ideas to become sustainable, they need to be affordable also over time. Some gadgets like we've seen for these lipa mdogo mdogo gadgets that our mothers like using at home. Once it goes over 1 year, the battery becomes depleted or maybe fails for some reason or the other. But to get replacing that battery for the lipa mdogo mdogo unit is nearly 3/4 of the cost of that gadget. So it means that maintenance is not practical, and you end up having multiple failed systems back in the village. So I would say that for us to actually embrace ideas that work, that are sustainable, we need to think big. Think of your idea going global. Think of your idea going large scale. Because most ideas work very well at nearly 10 users. When you upscale the idea to 10,000 users, most products actually fail if not well integrated. So I think I'll end it at that, but you get the point.
About that, we'll move to our final question, which is, I just want one critical shift from each of you. What is the one thing that needs to be done to move from, for the innovators here to change, for more innovations to move from the prototype to real-world implementations? Yeah, in 30 seconds. Did you get the question? The question is, what is the one thing that needs to change for more innovations to move from prototype to real-world implementation? Yeah.
I would say for most ideas to move from prototype, we need to actually consult a lot. Get people who are in that field. If you're designing, maybe, for example, if you're designing a solar system that is more efficient or something, get to consult engineers that are in that field. What are the challenges you're facing? What are the ideas you have? Get the experience from real people in the industry, so that when you are innovating something new, it does not also carry the problems that are currently being faced at the moment.
For me, I'll just give two concepts that I use. The first one, come up with customer assumptions, because whatever innovation you're building, the customer is the end user. Come up with customer assumptions, and one of the things I've learned over time is have 3 customer assumptions. Once you come up with those assumptions, make sure you validate at least 2 of those assumptions. Number 2, come up with market assumptions. What are the assumptions that you're making about the market that you're taking your product to? The market can be, it's a geographical location, is it a cultural setting? What are they interested in? What is your market keen on? Then come up with the same 3 assumptions. Make sure you validate those assumptions. And finally, as an innovator, you don't need to stay maybe in a room working on your innovation. You should be in the field. You should be engaging your customers. You should be feeling or having that one-on-one interaction with the problem that they are facing. Once you have all that in place, you'll be able to ensure that your prototype comes up from just being a prototype and to being an actual product that people are actually buying and paying for it, or even subscribing to it, because it can be a platform, and even servicing, and maybe even referring you to other end users. Thank you.
From my end, I will just add on to their points. So as he said, customer assumptions. So what I would say is keep failing. Keep failing every time keep failing. The more failures you have, the more you're more coming closer to that success. Because failure is an indication that you're coming closer to success. So keep failing until you reach success. Secondly, change your particular thinking. Do not go idea first. Try deployment first. Think of how you want to deploy your solution before you particularly conceive of your idea. Move from deployment first and think backwards. How can I deploy this idea that I want to put into the market? Can it work? Is it sustainable? How is it costly to the client? Think of all these things before you come up with the idea. Because the idea might be something, but it cannot be enacted. Thank you.
Okay. I would say the following. One, try and understand your perspective market. If I'm building a solution that is IT based, I need to understand who am I going to sell this solution to. So once you understand your preferred market and how you can be able to break it down, break a very technical term into a very simple thing that you can explain to a grade 7 or grade 6 kind of a person, it becomes very easy for people to adapt to your solution. Like for instance, when Safaricom was rolling out M-Pesa, it seemed to be a very hard concept. But today, if you just tell a kid to authorize transactions, it has become a very easy concept because it has been made very simple. So if you can be able to break down a very technical concept into a very easily adaptable solution, then it's a win for you because you're going to now move into the scaling aspect. Then also two, keep reading. Don't fix your mind on, I have this solution and it's going to work. Keep innovating, keep making your product better, and keep reading on seeing not only for yourself within the space, but people around that space. Understand what are they doing, what are they looking into. And then that is going to inform your decision in terms of where you can improve on and what you need to maybe sharpen in terms of the different aspects of your product.
Thank you. Innovators in the room, I hope you're all noting this down. And finally, to all of you again, what is that one piece of advice you will give to a student who is in the room that wants to start something and get it to the deployment stage? We'll just start from you, Mutua, then come back.
I would say the following. One, don't wait for you to graduate so that you start rolling out your ideas, because the moment you wait for you to graduate, it's going to be quote-unquote a flooded market. Start where you are. Hata kama uko second year, third year, start at that moment. And then two, I'm a very strong advocate of this, and my friend and former colleague Bonke understands this better. Get into spaces that you're able to network as early as possible. Do not wait for you to finish school or maybe go for that master's and then you start realizing, oh, I don't have contacts. Make sure you talk to people and engage with people as early as possible. It's going to help you a lot.
From my end, what I can say to the young innovators who want to come up in the market, one, do your due diligence. Research. Do extensive research. If you have an idea and you think it can work, do extensive research on what your idea and what does it solve. Because the question you'll be asked is, what does it solve? And what it solves, is it marketable? Is it something that can be sold? Now, my perspective might be a bit biased in the terms of sales because that's where I major. But if there's one thing I've learned in the industry is you need to know how to sell your solution. At the end of the day, the car was invented and it was a lovely piece of equipment. But who sold it? It's not Henry Ford who designed Ford. Ford was designed by mechanics that none of you know their names. But you remember Henry Ford because he's the one who sold the idea. So, at the end of the day, you need to be able to sell your idea. Make the market want it. Show the market that this idea is necessary and make them believe it. And how do you make them believe it? You are
And my colleague started by talking about one, which is access. Look for the right people, know the right people within the market. The second one my colleague has talked about is learning and growth. Always learn, always grow. Make mistakes, make failures so that you're able to grow. The third one is on stewardship. As an innovator, you need to be a steward. You need to be aggressive. You need to be informed about what you're innovating. You need to be informed about what's in the market such that you are able to lead whenever you're coming up with your innovation and even building your prototype. The last one is a quality, or it's called agile grit. Are you agile enough whenever you go into a new market and you don't understand the language? When, for instance, for us, when we were building our prototype or doing our market research, we went to Nyanza, and I'm Luo, I don't understand Luo, and my colleague or my partner doesn't understand Luo. We had to get someone, work with them, understand a bit of that language such that we fit into the market, because if someone is supposed to be honest with you, they're going to talk to you in a language that they're most comfortable in. So that's how you're able to get to maybe know what are the requirements of that particular market. And finally, I'll request you to maybe Google the last mindset, because there are 5, I've given you 4.
Can it outlive the real world scenario, so that we are not just building ideas for deployment, but we are building ideas that are sustainable. From the word go, if we think about scalability, if we think about going big, it will be able to build a very good prototypes that are able to be scaled. So I encourage all of you to go for ideas, consult a lot, and make sure they have an aspect of scalability and sustainability.
Okay, thank you. Innovators in the room, have you picked up something? Have you picked up something? That's good to hear. We've now come to our end, to our panelists, Mr. Mutua, Trevor, Benaya, and Bonke. Thank you for this rich conversation. The gap between innovation and implementation isn't just technical. It's human, it's systemic, and it's something every one of us in this room will face. So for now, you can join me in thanking our panelists, and we'll take a photo after this. Yeah.
Thank you.
So as we are taking our photos, I've been informed there was a QR code over there that you all are supposed to scan the breakout sessions after this. Yeah.
So I'll ask the ashes also to come and take away the seats from here. Please, Wakwapi, the ashes. Okay, can this set of men come and take these seats kindly? Come and take these seats, okay? Kujeni tu hivyo. Thank you so much for that. A round of applause for them. before they get off stage, allow me to let them get some gifts. So we're going to start off with Mutua Talvin. Where is Mutua Talvin? A round of applause for him as he gets the gifts. I'm watching Wivu. A round of applause. Thank you so much for that. And the next person is Trevor Kimarupim. A round of applause for him too. Next is Benaya Namuyu. A round of applause for him. And then we have Bonke Mulama. A round of applause for him too. Okay, and now finally, a round of applause for them as they get off stage for their impressive and impeccable work they have done for us today. And now we proceed to the next segment where we will be dealing with a breakout session. So I'd like to call the following people at the front so that you get further directives on where you will go next after this. So we have track 1, track 2, track 3, and track 4, where we have humanitarian impact in smart, sustainable cities in Africa. Then we have renewable energy technologies, leadership, diplomacy, and civic duty, and road safety. So those for IoT, for humanitarian impact and smart, sustainable cities in Africa, will remain here at the main conference hall, and they will be led by Olo Richard. Where is Olo Richard? Yes, please come forward so that the people get to see you and know you. A round of applause for him as he comes on stage, please. A round of applause for him again. Yeah, this is Olo Richard. So for everyone who is willing to be under IoT for humanitarian impact, they should follow him, okay? So next we have renewable energy technologies and leadership, diplomacy, and civic duty and road safety. So they will go to the same venue. We all know about the MMU restaurant, right? So some of them will occupy the ground floor, if I'm not wrong, and then the others will occupy the first floor. How many of us have been to the MMU restaurant? Okay, if not, you have people to guide you. So we have Anita. Where is Anita? Yes, a round of applause for her as she comes on stage. So if you are willing to be under renewable energy technologies, you will follow her, okay? Then the next we have 2 people. So she is going to be in charge for the people who will be at the ground floor, who are renewable energy technologies. And then now we have road safety, then leadership, diplomacy, and civic duty. They will occupy the first floor, okay? So this will be led by Mesha Kiprop and Wesale. Where are they? Meshbergen. A round of applause for them as they come on stage, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. So this is the team that is going to lead us through the break session, okay? So if you know you are going to be under IoT, as I stated earlier, he is there. Okay, then we have Anita for renewable energy technologies. Then we have the 2 of them here for road safety, leadership, diplomacy, and civic duty. They know how they have planned themselves, okay? So if you are going to fall under either of the tracks, make sure you follow them. Are we together? Okay, a round of applause for them as they get off stage. So the session is expected to take approximately 1 hour 30 minutes. So immediately you are done with your track session, you are expected to come back to the MMU conference hall, which is here, okay? Sawa sawa. So watu wa IoT, msitoke hapa ndani mnabaki hapa. So after 1 hour 30 minutes, make sure you get back here. So then now we have the project exhibition. So this is where we will begin the actual project exhibition and presentation, and students and teams will showcase their innovations. Guzmao, do you have anything else to add? Okay, so I guess that's it. So start, um, dispatching, and I wish you all the best in your projects. A round of applause for me. Actual exhibition. So if you are a guest speaker or the guest that had been invited, you use this door over here to go have your refreshments. Thank you.
their laptops? Naweza tu inua mkono ndo tujue, because we have some laptops tunaweza taka kudistribute for those who do not have and they would like to participate in the session. So tuko na only 2 laptops ndio? Na how many? I believe 3. So sisi wote wenye tuko hapa hivi we are supposed to attend the IoT sessions ndio? I believe no one is lost, because for now going on, the session that's supposed to take place in this room is the workshop for IoT and smart cities. Si tuko sawa sawa? Aya, sawa sawa. So in case you'll need a laptop, utaniambia, and I will just like you to move forward, because our resources will be operating from that desk. Our trainer has gone to it, he's coming. Within a short while he'll be here. So mnaweza move forward if you want to take part in the IoT. Mnaweza move forward too. It will be an interactive session. Mnaweza songa tu mbele. Naweza kuja hii side ingine so that ikuwe easier for us. people have done a lot. So, like in a country like Netherlands, Netherlands is like a net exporter of food in Europe, and Netherlands has a very small population. And one challenge that Europeans face that we don't face is that labor cost is extremely high in Netherlands. But they've been able to sort this out with IoT or like smart farming. So with smart farming, actually I think it was Sunday. Sunday I was talking to my the husband to my sister. My shemeji. How is it called in Kiswahili, in English? My brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, cool. I can't out. So I was talking to my shemeji, and he works in somewhere in Thika where they manufacture animal feeds. So they mix animal feeds, they bring soya, they import all these other products, and then they make things like the dairy meal that's used to feed animals. And last year, their company took them for a trip to Netherlands to go and see how agriculture is being done there. And he was showing pictures and explaining me what was going on. They have 100 cows, dairy cows, that they milk. Now, these 100 cows, what was surprising to me when he was telling me the story, all this, the 100 cows that were there, everything was automated. So, feeding, milking, medicine, all those things, monitoring, everything was automated. So you have like one big self-driving motor thing that will refill the food across the places where the cows need to eat. And then when the cow needs to be milked, it just walks to a place where the milking happens. And then you have laser and IoT things there that will sense where the udder is and where the teats are, and then it will just plug itself in. And so he was showing me the videos, and it's very interesting. So it plugs everything in and then milks the cow, and then after it finishes milking, the cow will just walk away from that side and then come back to the feeding lot and continue feeding. Now, what was surprising when he was telling me about this, like the place has 100 cows, and there's only one person who manages everything. There's only one employee who works there at a time. Only one person who manages 100 cows. Only one person. And that person is sitting somewhere in a room with the monitor and is looking at all these sensors and CCTV and everything that is going on, and is able to manage everything that is happening within that system. We could get there, but it will take time. So for us, I think we have to, I think it is us who will have to come up with these systems. It is us who will have to design these systems so that we'll eventually be able to get there. And some people say that maybe if we did something like that, we are going to be taking jobs from people. But I'm thinking like, okay, so labor is cheap in Africa, right? But instead of having 100 people taking care of, or maybe like 20 people taking care of 100 cows, yeah? You could have one person take care of the 100 cows, and then those other 19 people can do something more useful, yeah? Those people can go to school, those people can study, those people can come up with better technology, those people can do something else, yeah? Ama namna gani? Kwani sasa sisi wote tufukuze ng'ombe? Ama namna gani? Yeah? So we could improve our skill set. We could become better. We could become more quality people. Yeah? We don't have to all of us be dealing with one thing, yeah? We can have one person doing that, and then the rest, yeah. And that's because like in Europe, they get taxed 45% of the income that they get. Hapa Kasongo akiongeza tu mpaka 20 tunaingia kwa barabara. They get taxed 45%, and in that 45% everything is free. Education is superb, free. Medicare is superb, free. So if education is free for everyone, then people can go and study. It doesn't matter like how rich your parent is. You can study what you want, and then you can
improve the technology and make things better, si ndio? So si lazima sisi wote tuchunge ng'ombe. Sasa watu wengine wanaweza soma wakuwe madaktari wa invent vitu zingine. Anyway, oh yeah, okay. So this is an interesting statistics that I want to share with you. This statistic that was collected shows that it's projected at 20%. There's going to be an annual 20% growth in IoT infrastructure. So in the next, like as you can see from like how IoT is being incorporated into Africa, it's going up. So in the next few years, everything is going to be IoT, and Africa is in a very prime space to do that. This means that it needs people who can create those systems. It needs these people who can maintain those systems. It needs people who can innovate. Because something that is unique with IoT, well, not very unique, but a solution that can be applied in Europe does not necessarily mean that it will work in Africa. Something that works in Europe will not necessarily work here. So sometimes our own grown-on solution for our problems, we ourselves understand, like what the panelists were saying, that they were going to Nyanza and they don't speak Luo, and then they have to speak to people. Because for the customer to use that product, you have to understand their cultural upbringing, their values, what they value more, everything around that. Yeah. So sometimes with IoT, it's not like we can just copy like what's happening in Netherlands and then we start doing it here, and then it will succeed. It might not. So sometimes it will rely on us, the innovators, the people who have studied, to come up with solutions, because we understand our needs, we understand our culture, we understand our people. We can come up with solutions that is fit for us. Okay. So this growth rate means that if we position ourselves in the IoT sector, you have good security in future. Okay. Now more into like how the IoT actually works. So there's 4 layers to it. So there's the perception layer. So the perception layer is like the sensor and the ground which is doing the sensing. So it could be like the light sensor which is sensing if it's daylight or it's nighttime. If it could be like temperature sensor which is sensoring if the temperature is high or temperature is low, what is the temperature. It could be like distance sensor which is measuring, or motion sensor which is doing all those. So that's the first part. So first part, you have a sensor that does the sensoring. Now the second part is after you have that sensor, communicate that information from that sensor to where now either you're going to send that information somewhere else or do something else. Now this is where now we use things like Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, LoRa. LoRa is in full it's called long range signal. Yeah. Long range? Yeah, long range. Yeah. Long range signal, LoRa, yeah. So very cheap. So now depending on what your system does, now you can figure out what network layer you're going to use. Now after you get that information, you're from the sensor now to your microcontroller, like the thing I was showing you, the Arduino or the ESP. Now this is where now you read the sensors and you use that to determine what you're going to do. So if, for example, those example I was giving you for that IoT thing that was sensoring the cow and knowing where to plug in the thing so that it can do the milking. So after the laser senses where those things are, something has to make the decision to like, okay, now put this thing here, this is where it is, and then start milking. So now that is where now you have your ESP, your Arduino, your microcontroller, your chip that does everything with that. And then you also need a human being to be able to see all these things that is happening. So you need to send that information to cloud somewhere for someone else to be able to view. So then that is where now you use things like AWS, ThinkSpeak, Blink to send your information from your local thing that is happening to the cloud. And then after that, now the end part is where the customer is now seeing the dashboard and seeing how everything is working. Okay. Yep. And then these are just examples of things that are there. So ESP82, as I was telling you, the sensors and the actuators. So sensors are what you do the sensoring with. Actuators are actually what is affecting what you're happening. And then the dashboard is like what the client is able to see at the end of it all. The journey of the data point, just emphasizing on what I was saying. So you get your sensors, either you're reading it from the soil moisture, and then you're processing it from your microcontroller, and then you're transmitting it to your cloud, and then from the cloud now it gets to your dashboard where the client now makes an action from that. Okay. So now I would like us to do some exercise. Yeah. Just something small. Is it okay? Just at least connect something, see something, write like 2 lines of code or 3 lines of code, depending on your ability. Is that okay? How many people have their laptops with them? How many people have their laptops with Arduino installed in them? Okay. Oh, yeah, okay. So we have. Okay, I have a few laptops myself here. So I think if we can divide ourselves into a group of, I think, have kids enough for 9 groups. So I think what we can do is we can start from that side. You say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, up to 9, and then we start again from 1, and then all those who are 1 go to 1 group, those are 2 go to 1 group. Is that okay? Everyone understood what I'm saying? So we're going to count from 1 to 9, and then we repeat again like that, and then all those who are 1s will go to group 1, those who are 2 will go to group 2, like that, okay? All right, so I think we're going to start from there, go all the way, maybe start this way first, and then come this other side, yeah? So I think we can start with you. Imekufia hapo bwana. Hapo mwisho ilikuwa ngapi? Hapo imedidimia bwana. Hapo hakuna power. Watu wanataka power. Ulikuwa mwisho hapo ilikuwa. Mko mnaendelea? Peni hiyo jamaa power bwana. Bwana simalize bwana, sisi tuanze huko. 2. Measure. Okay, so I think if we can set ourselves up into groups, I think there's some tables there. We can use that, right? Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9 groups. Yeah. Yeah.
Unaweza gonga na kitu yoyote. Gari itakugonga, bodaboda itakugonga, tuktuk itakugonga. You are very high risk person, and the numbers are here to prove that. So pedestrians are the ones who are using the most on the roads, followed by motorcyclists. And I want you to combine these motorcyclists with the pillion passengers. Pillion passengers, the passenger or bodaboda. When you combine those two, this number is pedestrian. And those two, pedestrian, motorcycle, and motorcycle, when we add motorcycle and the pillion, those two, pedestrian and motorcycle, they account for 72% of that 55,009. So that tells you more than 3,000 people attributed to being a pedestrian or on a bodaboda. So bado tutaendelea kuwa hizo bodaboda we have a bodaboda problem in Kenya, si ni kweli? Because these numbers are not like, these are a lot of people we are losing because of ni nini watu wadudu wanawaya, kwa nini watu wadudu wanakufa hivyo sana? We are the ones using them. Hebu mtuambie, what is it about Andudhi? Pedestrians we understand, to explain vizuri, as a pedestrian you can be hit by anything. So it's almost unavoidable. But kwa mtu kwa bodaboda, why would you die on a bodaboda? What could go wrong? This one.
Iko watu ya namba 8 hapa. Iko na shida gani ba? All right. I think now that we have the group, I think Richard will help me distribute at least one Arduino. Make sure like each group has a laptop that has an Arduino, and then they have like one Arduino, one motion sensor, one ultrasonic sensor, one LED, and the connecting materials. Okay. While they are distributing that, let me introduce what the exercise will be for today. So for today, I think what we'll start with is how fast, yeah? Because now we understand, at least we know what, how, and then we'll now move to what, yeah? We cannot come up with a unique idea today, so let's figure out how, and then later on we'll have a discussion on what, like what improvements can be made and things that can be done. The exercise for today will also be a bit intuitive in the sense that you'll have to think about it a bit. So when you're creating your system, and what differentiates between what and how sometimes comes down to like how you write your code. Like, yeah? No, LED. So like what, so for example, let me use an example. So everyone knows about Python programming, right? And HTML and C++ and everything like that, yeah? But even if everyone has learned how to code, everyone knows how to code, not everyone, just assuming that everyone knows how to code, you'll find that two people will come up with two different apps, yeah? Someone will come up with an idea for Facebook, yeah? And make a lot of money out of it. But that does not mean that he was the only person who knew how to code. He figured out what he could do with coding, yeah? So sometimes coding helps you, even with the same sensors and actuators that you have, you can make them behave differently or do something unique, okay? So that's something that we are going to have just small components, but introduce some complexity so that we can see some interesting things. Okay. So one of the most important things that we're going to look at today is Arduino. So Arduino is like a small computer, okay? Arduino is like a small computer that you have. So the code that you write, you upload to that Arduino, and then that Arduino will run that code as if it was your computer writing the code, yeah? So Arduino is just a small computer. So this is what it looks like. You will have one of it in your table so that you can see. So the Arduino has, the primary way that you write code to it is you write using C++. How many people are familiar with C++? How many people have heard of C++? Electrical engineer, hey. C++, no one has ever heard of C++. Hey, kabza. Hapa tutafanya kitu kweli. How many people have heard of C++? Sasa madija wako afadhali kuliko ile group. Bana nyinyi hamna pao. Nobody has ever heard of C++ in your group. Yeah? Kusikia tu. Kama rumor tu, yani kusikia tu. Hiyo bado hujawahi sikia. Okay. Which programming language are we familiar with? How, like Python? How many people have written one line of code in Python? Okay. How many people have written one line of code in Java? Just one, hata kama ni hello world. Iko group hapa bwana. Wewe jamani. Mungu awasaidie. How many people have written one line of code in C++? Just one. Bwana nyinyi mko na watu wengi wenye wanajua C bwana. Tutabidi tuwagawe ama nini? Iko watu wana pao huko. Nyinyi kweli tutawasaidia aje? Okay. So but anyway, don't be worried about C++, yeah? Programming language is just a way to communicate to a program what to do, okay? So once you understand, we will discuss it overall, okay? So you understand the logic. We understand for loops, right? We understand if statements. We understand if statements. We understand for loops. We understand functions. Return values. Okay, so we'll learn a few today. So at least you'll see how C++ looks like. So next time they ask you, have you written one line of code in C++, you'll say yes. So the sensors that we are going to have, how many people can say like which one is a sensor among the ones that you have? How many sensors do you have in your group? Which one can you say is a sensor? So there's a few things that you have on the table, right? Let's start with this one. We have this. Do we have this on the table? So this one is a breadboard. A breadboard is just like because we are innovating and we are connecting wires. So instead of kuuma wire na kuunganisha na kufanya nini, we use breadboard to connect. Okay. So breadboard is just like instead of soldering things, it's just something that you're going to use for connection. Now in your breadboard, you will see that there are 4 lines. One on the other side, one on the other side. One is blue, one is red. The red one, as you follow that line, that means all that line is connected. So when you connect power from your Arduino to the gadgets that you want, you can just bring the power to the board, and then from the board you can connect everything else from the board, okay? And then the blue will do the same for ground. Okay. And then we have a few sensors that are there. So kuna kitu inakaa kama camera hapo. Kama uko naye. That one is called an ultrasonic sensor. So that one is used to measure distance. Uses echolocation, so hiyo macho moja ina release sound wave and then the other one ina receive sound wave. Ukiangalia hiyo, ukipick up hiyo ultrasonic na uangalie, iko mahali kuna hizo mapins. 1545. Kuna moja iko naye lakini sijui ni gani. So as I was saying, so hiyo inatumia sound wave. So one, when you pick up that thing, you'll see those when there are 4 pins that are coming down, and then on those pins up there it has some description. So it's like VCC, GND, trig, and echo. So VCC is just for voltage, GND is ground or negative, and then the 2 pins, one is called echo, that connects to one of the macho. So the trig is short for trigger. So that is when it sends the waves. And then the other one is called echo. That's when it receives the waves. So you will see how we're going to write code where we send waves from one, and then we receive waves from the other, and then we determine how far something is. Like we use like the speed of sound to determine that. So like if you release some sound, hits a wall, and then comes back, then the time that it took between you sending the sound wave and you receiving the sound wave, can be used to calculate the distance because you've gone to the wall and then you've come back in X number of seconds. You know the speed of sound, so you use the formula of distance equals to speed times sound. You multiply those together and then you get the distance, okay? And then there's something else that seems like it's white, a bit like white TV. That's a motion sensor. So that uses infrared to just detect if there's motion, okay? And then the last one is just an LED, a light. So the light is what we are going to be using we're going to read those sensors and then we are going to use the light to see what we are doing. So, so the mini project you're going to do is called the intruder alert. So this project, what it does is it's like a security system that you have. And then in this security system, you have a motion sensor, and then you have ultrasonic sensor. So to save power, you don't want your system to be up all the time and measuring distance all the time. So you use the motion sensor. So when the motion sensor detects that there is motion, then you bring up your distance sensor to measure how far something is close to it. And then now for us to see what's happening, we use the LED to light the sensor. So these are the components as I was showing you, the motion sensor, the distance. So the motion sensor also has 3 pins. The white thing that is on top, you can remove it. You can remove it and then put it back. The one on top, if you remove it, you'll see it's also indicated. It's very easy to do IoT because everything is explained for you. So on those 3 pins, you are told which pin does what. So you'll see that this one is written VCC, one is written ground, one is written out. Out is like what the signal that you're reading. VCC is coming from the power, and then ground is going to ground. Okay? You can remove the white thing, it's no problem. You can just remove it and put it back in. And then the LED that you have, you notice that when you pick up the LED is the light, is the small thing that lights. Hiyo kakitu kenye kanawaka hiyo kama kabulb kadogo hivi. You'll see that in the wires that they have, the 2 wires that they have, one is long, one is short. The long one is positive, the short one is negative. Okay? Don't forget. Okay. So first, what we are going to start with, because most of us have not even done anything in C++, is we are going to write code just to light the LED. Yani kuwasha LED. To see if you can control just to light it and then unlight it. Turn it off, sorry, and light. Light it and then unlight it. So first what you need to do is, let's start with writing the code, right? If you have a computer, then you go to search for Arduino IDE. So that will be the IDE that you're going to use to write code in C++, and then we use that to upload to our microcontroller, okay? So open the Arduino IDE. And then since most of you have not seen this before, I think I'll share the code here so that we can look at it and see what it does. Now, when you open IDE, you'll see that there's already some code that is there, yeah? You'll see that there's some code that is there. There's 2 functions. One is called setup, and then the other one is called loop, okay? Let me just explain simply how this works. So a robot is not like a human being. I don't know how human beings work, but I can explain how a robot works. So the setup is the first part which runs only once, the first time the robot comes alive. So in the setup, that's when you declare your variables and you declare things. So as I had explained, there are sensors and then there are actuators. So there are sensors where you are reading values from, and then actuators is when you are doing things to the environment. So for example, in our case, like the ultrasonic sensor, you are reading the distance from the ultrasonic sensor, and then the LED, you are lighting the light. Another example of like an actuator will be something like a motor. Like you read something and then you turn the motor to start running. Or you read something and then you turn the lights on or turn the lights off, something like that. So that's an actuator, and then the other one is a sensor. So when you're writing code, all the things that you are going to use in your, that is going to be connected to your microcontroller or like your Arduino, you have to declare whether it is an input or is it an output. Where an input is a sensor and then an output is an actuator, okay? So you have to declare whether it's an input or an output. And then if you look on your Arduino, you see that there are pins. There are pins that are, kuna mashimo mali unaweza dunga vitu. It's written 1 up to 13. So those pins are flexible. You just have to say which pin you're using and how you're using it, whether you're using it as an output or an input. So that is what goes into the setup. Now after you do the setup, so after the Arduino understand, okay, I'm only working with pin 13 and pin 13 is supposed to be an output. Now it understands, okay, so pin 13 is an output. Now in the loop will be, that's what the robot is running all the time. So the loop function is just like a repeating function that the robot will be running all the time. So it runs whatever you write inside that loop, it runs that to the end and then comes back and runs again, then comes back and runs again, then yeah, keeps doing that over and over again. Okay? So, in our setup, for us to light the LED, first we have to declare which pin we are using, yeah? And so for us, so that we can remember, I would like you to write the first part of the code which says const int LED pin equals to 13. If you can write that part, that part should be outside void and setup, okay? Oh, no, just do a new sketch. If it's okay. If you open your computer and then you open Arduino and then you find that there is some code inside, that's from previous work that was done, you can go to File and then New Sketch, and then that will just give you a new place to start, okay? So you can start, so that you start from a new one. Don't start from one that is already been written. Okay. So what? Oh, I keep blocking this thing. So what I want you to do is start with this one. Just write that one, const int LED pin equals to 13, and then I'll explain what that means. Shafika 235 times is moving fast. Okay. Sijui kama utafika mbali, labda connect to LED peke yake kwa sababu unaona kama hata kama itakuwa hivyo itakuwa tu sawa. Okay. Have we written that part? Make sure make sure you have no mistake. So it's const int. Make sure if it's uppercase, if it's uppercase. If it's lowercase, it's lowercase. If it's space, if there's semicolon, don't forget to put it, just put it, okay? Just write it exactly as it is. And then I'll explain what that means. Who can explain what that first line, what it means? When you all say, wameandika code ya C++. Who can, let's have this session be interactive. Anyuma DJ relax man. Anyuma mfinya makambani huko. Who can those people who are in the group, who can explain what that first line of code does? Const int LED pin equals to 13. Acha tunipe DJ basi.
Okay, for the first line, const means a constant, an integer, which is number 13, which is the port number of the LED pin that you have inserted in the Arduino Uno.
That's very good, man. Okay, let's clap for him. Let's clap for him. That's good. Yeah, that's exactly what it does. So in C++, const just means it's a constant. A constant means that it's a variable that will not change, that you are not going to change that variable later in the code. So it's not a must you put constant. If we remove const and still write int LED pin equals 13, it will still work. So const is just saying, don't change it. So this is a way to protect yourself when you're writing code, because you don't want LED pin to be pointing to something else, yeah? So if by mistake some place in the code, maybe you are writing 1,000 line of code, and then you get to a point where you're trying to change LED pin, then the code will break because you're trying to change something that you're not supposed to change, yeah? So you're just doing that to safeguard ourselves, so that if the pin is 13, it's 13, so that we don't go and then we have reset it somewhere and then we're wondering why things are not happening in 13, yeah? So that's what const is. Int is what, as exactly as explained, int is an integer. The same way, so in programming, you have different types of data types. You have integer, you have float, you have double, you have character, you have string. What else do you have? You have an array, you have a struct, you have a dictionary. Yeah, those things. So int, you're just declaring what kind of variable this is. Integer. 13 is an integer, yeah? So all those pins that we have, we are going to be declaring them as an integer. See, they are written from 1 to 13. So if it is 12, we say 12. If it's 1, so it's not a string, it's a character. And then LED underscore pin is just the name that we are giving to our variable, so that we can use it later on. Okay? All right. Now, for the next part, you already have a function that is empty, that is called void setup pin, LED pin. Yeah. So write that. So currently in your code, void setup is empty. So now write this part inside the setup, so that it says pin mode LED pin output. Just that part. Hey, you guys, your code yote mliandika sangapi? Enda new sketch. Kwani nyinyi ni mapro aje? Enda kwa file hapo, alafu new sketch. So have we finished writing the pin mode LED pin output? Who can explain what that means? Who can explain pin mode LED pin output, what it means? Who can guess what it means? Haina makosa hata ukiguess na uanguke, kwani iko nini? Pin mode LED pin outputs. What can that possibly mean? What can that possibly mean? Pin mode LED pin output. Ai, majamaa kwani mwezi gesi? Oh, yeah. Gani? The first one, the constant LED pin equals to 13. So, yeah. Then the second one, just write the pin mode LED pin output inside the setup. Inside the setup, just write that one. And then volunteer to explain what LED pin mode output 13, what it possibly could mean. Jaribu tu, utaleza si kuanguka. Ha? Yanaweza kuwa inamaanisha nini? Okay, let's discuss within our groups and then give a representative. What can that mean? Yeah. Na hii yako? Yako mepe. Iko na dui. Discuss amongst your group and then explain and then guess what that could possibly mean. Let's volunteer so that we move quickly, we get something done. Group 1, where's group 1? Which one is group 1? Group 2, which one is group 2? Which one is group 2? You are, what do you think it means? Huh? Representative. To guess here. Yeah. It is an Arduino function.
For output, and you can configure a certain digital pin to act as an output.
Okay.
I think it's an Arduino function that makes a digital pin to act as an output.
Exactly. As you said, pin mode is an Arduino function, a built-in function that is used to declare and is making the LED pin as an output. Okay? Hivyo tu. Nimesema hivyo. So pin mode, you are just setting the LED pin as an output. Okay? If you wanted it to be an input, you'll write it as you'll say LED pin input. Okay? That's what it means. Okay. Now, in the loop function, forget about the blink control first. Mimi naona ni complex sana, wacha tuanze tu rahisi sasa. Now in the loop function, don't write the blink control. Now what you want to write is, you see this part? Inside loop, just write this. Inside loop, just write digital write LED pin high inside the loop function. Are we understanding what you're saying? Forget about all these things that is there. Inside the loop, sasa hizi hapo kwa loop kuna hiyo kitu imeandikwa hapo ni blink control 500. Si ndio? Lakini sasa mimi naona ile speed tunaenda wacha tuanze polepole sasa. Sawa hiyo blink control. Sasa hapo kwa loop badala ya blink control andika digital write LED pin high. Vile hiyo ingine inakaa pale juu. Anasema, unaona kwa hii loop hii? Si kwa loop yako saizi iko empty. Si ndio? Haina kitu ndani, si ndio? Andika hii. Digital write LED pin high. Yaani toa hii andika hapa hivi. Andika tu hiyo hapo. Okay? Should I repeat? Should I explain further what I'm saying? Do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah, we understand what I'm saying, yeah? Okay, so tumalize kuandika alafu then we understand what that one means also. Toa hiyo function ya void loop hiyo umeandika hapo. Andika tu hivyo tumeruhusu. Kama ulikuwa umekopi hiyo blink control, toa tu usi nini. Toa tu yote tu. Toa hata hiyo semicolon kwa hapa. Okay. Yeah. All right. Hapa ndani hapa. Andika digital rights pin 13 LED pin high. Tumeshaandika? What could that possibly mean? What could digital right LED pin high? What can that mean? Yenu ilipona? Ndo mnaanza? What can that mean? Digital right LED pin high. Nani anaweza guess hiyo inamaanisha nini? Mimi najua mnajua tu, ni vile mtaka kusema. Mseme bwana ndo tusonge. Unajua? Nikupe.
I think it sets the LED to light.
Precisely. So that's what it means. It sets the LED to light. And the way it works is, remember the Arduino does not know that it is LED ndio umeconnect kwa 13, si ndio? Yeah, in fact haijui kenye umeconnect kwa 13 ni nini, si ndio? Wewe ndio umesema umeipea jina inaitwa LED pin 13. Now high is a value which is saved in the Arduino as 1, and then low is a value which is set as 0. So ukisema high inafungua voltage yote kwa hiyo pin. Yaani kwa hiyo pin inaipea voltage ya 5 volts. Ukisema low inatoa voltage yote kwa hiyo pin, inapea voltage ya 0. Okay? So that's what it means. So ukiweka voltage ya 5 si itawaka. Ukiweka voltage ya low ya 0, si Arduino inaelewa okay, low inamaanisha nisipeane voltage sawa, sitapeana voltage inazima. High inamaanisha nipeane voltage yote, inapeana voltage yote inamaliza. Okay? Sawa. Okay. Sasa hapo tushamaliza. Hiyo ni code ya kufanya i light. Lakini sasa tunataka tuone vile tutatoa hii code kutoka kwa computer iende kwa Arduino, alafu tuone effect. Si ndio? Alright. So kitu ya kwanza hapo juu kwa Arduino yako, kwa Arduino IDE inafaa iko inasema Arduino Uno. Ile microcontroller tunatumia inaitwa Arduino Uno. Inafaa hapo juu iko inasema Arduino Uno. Kama iseme Arduino Uno inua mkono ndo nikuchangie setting ifike hapo. Ya kila mtu inasema Arduino Uno. Hapo juu hapo kwa IDE hapo juu. Inasema Arduino Uno. Sawa. So kama inasema Arduino Uno, next sasa connect your Arduino to your computer. So you have a cable, a blue cable, connect that blue cable to the computer. And then I'll show you the steps to configure it and set it up. Ukisha connect? Alright. Ukisha connect, Arduino IDE sometimes has many, how do you call it? Many Arduinos that it has connected before, okay? So you have to set the port number of the current Arduino that you want to set your program to. Imagine kama computer yako kume connect Arduino kama 4. Okay? So it has different, so each Arduino has its own name or its own number that you need to connect. So now to identify the Arduino that you want, you go to click on Sketch how many tools? No, click on Tools, and then go down to where it says Port, and then the port should have some value there, and then look for a port where ikona kwa brackets imeandikwa Arduino Uno. Inamaanisha hiyo ndo current one kenye iko live. So Tools, Port, alafu unaenda kuselect ile kenye iko na port kenye inaonyesha. So ukisha click kwa port unaenda kuselect ile, so utapata hapo kuna COM 1 2 3, alafu kuna moja kenye iko na brackets imeandikwa Arduino Uno. Hiyo ndo unataka sasa. Una select hiyo. Okay? Ukisha select hiyo, next one safety measure that we usually do is first you want to compile your code if your code is correct, okay? So kama uko na syntax error manini before you send the code to your Arduino, okay? So on the Arduino IDE kuna hapo juu kuna tick na kuna arrow, kuna right arrow na kuna tick. Tick ni ya compile, confirm that your code is correct, it doesn't have any errors. And then your arrow ni ya upload now to move the code from your computer to the Arduino, okay? Okay, so let's click on the tick first so that we see that we are able to compile successfully. And then after we're able to compile successfully, then now upload it to your Arduino IDE. So that's just a step that we usually use to make sure to identify the problem. So if the problem is with your code or the problem is with your Arduino, ama shida iko wapi, so you compile your code first, you see that everything is working fine, and then now you upload it to your Arduino IDE. Have we uploaded? Have we uploaded? Have we finished uploading? Have we finished uploading? Yeah? How many, which team has finished? You guys are finished? Group 1? Kama kuna ma-error mnasema error mahali iko tuangalie. Kama compile imeleta ma-error mseme. Compile tuone. So sometimes when you compile, you get an error because maybe you forgot to put a semicolon, ama sijui bracket kuweka manini. That's just normal maisha ya coding. At least kesho wakiuliza ulifanya C++ code moja unasema niliandika. You've compiled, yeah? And you've uploaded? You upload it now. Yeah, upload, yeah. After you've compiled and it says compiled successfully, now you can upload. Yeah. It should say done uploading. How many are at done uploading? Wachana na hii blink control, si lazima hii blink control sahi. But sawa tu, sawa. Utatoa blink control baadaye. Okay, tumesha upload. Done uploading. You guys done uploading? Group done uploading? Done uploading? Done uploading also? You guys done uploading? Done uploading? Huh? You guys done uploading? Hey, ini maera kiasi gani? Nini ilifanyika sasa hiyo digital ilitokea wapi? Hiyo delay nani aliweka? Nani sikusema mweke delay. Nilisema tu kwa loop muandike tu digital right LED pin high. Sikusema mweke hiyo. Toa tu kila kitu. Baki tu hiyo high. Hiyo LED pin nafaa kwa LED pin 13. Unamweka hapo 1. Hiyo ni 13 ama? Zinaweza kuwa kama tufuatilie tu. Hata kodi ya kwanza mliandika mnasema inaweza kuwa ni namba. Sikuacha ifanye kazi kwanza bwana. Ndio mkuu wajuaji. Ushakuwa wajuaji hata kodi ijefika hata kwa Arduino. Ati inaweza kuwa ni namba. Mbona ujiongezee shida? Weka 13 bwana. Pin 1, 2 na 3 inatumiwanga for interrupt. Unaweza tumia hivyo pia, but mostly inatumia for interrupt. Tutatumia baadaye pin 2. Yaani kama uko na button, unaweka kwa pin 2, hiyo iko na ability ya kuinterrupt anything that is running in your code. It doesn't matter where your code is. Any reading that is from pin 1, 2 and pin 1 and 2 itasimamisha code mahali popote. So kuna hiyo difference kidogo hiyo. Msikuwa juaji bwana. Nikisema 13, weka tu 13 bwana. Nataka kuwa daktari nini? Kuja polepole bwana. Okay, done uploading. inaonekana hiyo Arduino iko na shida. Acha nipe Arduino nyingine. Anyway. Bado ilibaki COM4, umelibadilika. Done uploading, nice. Okay. Are we finished? Done uploading? Done uploading, huh? Tuko done uploading? Okay, wenye wamefika done uploading. So, we have not connected the LED yet, sindio? Yeah? Okay, now let's connect the LED. Now, the reason why I chose pin 13, ukiangalia hapo kwa Arduino. Ukiangalia hiyo Arduino, unaona mahali pin 13 iko? You see where pin 13 is? What is the next pin after 13? What is the next pin on the Arduino after 13? Ni nini iko next hapo? Huh? Ground, eh? Ground iko next after 13, si ndio? Sasa nilichagua 13 so that tuna connect haraka bila kutumia breadboard kwanza, okay? Kwa ile LED uko naye, one pin is long, one pin is short. Kwa hiyo LED pin uko naye. One is long, one is short. Now, the long one is positive. The short one is negative. Ground is negative. Positive ni ile nilikuwa nimekuambia, kwa hiyo 13 we have just, when we say high, we are just sending 5 volts to that. So how are we going to connect that LED into the Arduino? Hizo pins ziko right next to each other. Bila kutumia breadboard. Can you find a way to connect, hata si find a way, connect LED kwa Arduino? Si LED iko na negative na positive. Na si hapo 13 ground ni iko next to it. Connect tuone. Ikiwaka, wewe uko na matumaini. Hapo ndo watu electrical wanakuja sasa bwana. Msipojua negative sasa tutawasaidia. Oh, okay. Simconnect hii directly kwa hii kitu tu, mbona mna ndo mtaka kufanya? Mbona mnatumia mawaya? Weka tu directly. Usitumie waya, weka tu directly. Pima tu directly. Kwa sawa? Okay, sawa. Imewaka? Imewaka, si ndio? Aya, sawa, wacha tu confirm kwamba kitu tunafanya ni correct. Enda kwa hiyo code na ubadilishe, hata sitawaambia ubadilishe namna gani. Enda kwa hiyo code izime, isiwake. Na nini ibaki tu hivyo, connection ibaki tu hivyo, Arduino ibaki tu hivyo, kila kitu ibaki hivyo. Badilisha code, compile na upload, na this time round hiyo light isiwake. Hiyo light iko imezima. Tunabadilisha nini? Tunabadilisha nini? Na muli upload ika-upload. Ikasema done upload. Ha? Ilisema done upload.
Yeah.
Code ilikuwa correct lakini?
Yeah. Upload bila error.
Badilisha code, connection ibaki same, na light izime this time round. Kama LED yako haiwaki saa nyingine labda imechapa. Kama kodi yako unaaminia iko correct. Mumebadilisha na ikazima? Jaribu na hizi. Moja lazima ikubali. Kikataa hizo zote bana mwezi sema ati shida ni LED.
Bado unakuanga shule au unakuja for the IoT session.
Sio nitakuachia hiyo part. Umepiga picha kwanza nikikuwa nikuuliza ama hata
kuna watu tumewalipa wafanye kazi.
Utanitumia hizo picha.
To make sure tunatumia.
Hizo LED zote hazijawaka. Ai. Yenu iliwaka. Okay, I think we've run out of time, but what I was hoping we were going to do next was to make it blink, change the blink rate, and then use the distance sensor to affect how fast the light is blinking. Okay, that was what I was hoping to do today, but local adaptation. But thank you all for participating. I hope you've learned something small. You've at least written a code, at least control something with code, and I think that will form the basics for IoT. So I think at this point I will hand over to Richard, and then while Richard is closing in, we can the rest of our friends can start picking up everything else from the groups.
Yes, good afternoon again. So it is because of time that we are closing at this point, but we have some more things. I believe you have not worked with the ultrasonic sensor, the PR sensor, but you know we cannot add ourselves some time because of the programs. Ndio, some things are supposed also to be running. So I'll just ask Webo, Deno, Naima, you can assist me collect the laptops and the components. So you can disconnect hizo components, alafu we start returning them back. Then also for the sessions we are having today, we normally have these sessions on Wednesday, the physical session on Thursday, on the physical sessions on IoT at Multimedia University, organized by IEEE site. Sawa. So if you are interested to know more, because as per now you have not worked with the ultrasonic sensor, you have not worked with the PR sensor. So I humbly welcome you to our sessions that normally happen on Thursday. So come from 4 to 6, 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. We normally, he's the one who usually comes to train us. For those who have been there, I believe you have learned so many things concerning IoT. So to me also, I was very green, like some people, but courtesy of Mwamba STEM Lab and IEEE site, I got to learn some basics about IoT. Sawa. So I invite you to our sessions. Then the next thing we'll also be having as IEEE site, we're organizing for PCB design. So if you are willing to join the PCB design session, you're welcomed. Sawa sawa? Yeah, you can see me nyuma ya tent. Alafu for now, I just ask you to mnaweza nisaidia tu ku disconnect and nisaidie pia kupanga hizo table, because the next session will be the project presentation session. So tutazipanga tu hizo table along penye tu tulizipata zikiwa hapo hivyo, then zingine tutazipanga huko so that zikuwe in a good position. Sawa sawa? So thank you so much our trainer Osborne from Mwamba STEM Lab. Yeah, karibu sana. Yeah.
Hi guys, I hope you're okay. I hope you've enjoyed today's session on IoT. This is a program that we started back in October last year, and I'm glad that we have been able to have this workshop so that you guys can interact with these components and at least appreciate the fun and awesome aspects of automation through the Internet of Things. We really appreciate that. So now, I want to give direction with regards to the project presentations. So for those people who have projects, we are organizing as of now how we can be able to set up your booths. So we just like to ask that kindly, if you have a project, you should be making your way hapo nje so that you can be provided with more instruction as we set up the booths. I hope that's in order. Yeah, okay.
Oh, okay. I think while we are doing that, I don't know if anyone has any questions regarding what you have learned, any improvements, or what you could think of you could do. But overall, I think IoT is very important. And once you learn the basics, you see it is not hard. So, and all the components that you have, you've seen the ultrasonic sensor, you've seen the motion sensor. Everything else will always have a positive, a negative, and then a signal that you're going to use. And then how you write your code will depend on whatever it is that you're connecting. And remember also, like, your Arduino does not care what you have on the other side, okay? So how you write your code, you can use loops, you can use if statements, you can use interesting things. And then you can come up with interesting projects to use, okay? All right. I don't know if there's any questions. Anyone has a question? Something to add, maybe? Okay. All right. On my part, I don't have anything to add. I think it's been nice. I was hoping we'll do more, but it is what it is. Black mbili. 6 white, 6 silver, alafu white. Yeah.
Wamesema tusisongeshe ende huko. Tusongeshe huko? Tusongesha table. Gusma. Ipi inasonga. Unaweka wapi sasa? Ni hapa ndio sasa ile isonge. Ungeweka wapi? Ningekuwa hapa. Hapa. Iko na everything. Okay, ni sawa.
Tutasongesha zote. Kwanza tutoe equipment au tuisongeshe vitu yote. Sawa. Si utashika wewe. sijui tunaweka wapi.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'd like to welcome you back to another segment, which will be the last for the day. And I would like to notify you that the project exhibitions have already started. We're waiting for the judges to avail themselves within the room, and then we continue. But for the time being, make sure you are preparing for yourselves, because I see some groups already prepared. So prepare your projects as you wait for the speakers, or sorry, as you wait for the judges, and a lot more. DJ. Yeah, so you are free to move about, to see their projects, but only after the judges have checked, okay? And I will direct you on when to do so. So basically, after the judge is done with the first project, which is Mzizi Funds, and then proceeds to try verify, now that's when I will give a chance to, let's say, 5 people on each desk, and then after they're done, we give the chance to other 5 people. Is that okay with you guys? All right, thank you for your cooperation, and I don't know, for the time being, just be using the school Wi-Fi, talking as you wait for me to give further directives. Thank you for listening. DJ.
You are doing. I don't know if that's okay, guys. Can I get a response from the audience? Did you iko sawa? Are you guys okay? Yeah? So I need to see you guys moving around, checking what these guys have, because they have so many amazing ideas. Ama mnaonaje? Yeah. Ooh, and also, if you have a project na haukuwa pale when I was speaking to those people who have projects, kindly tupatane hapo nje. I am aware that the workshop ya Keimuni imeisha, so if you are not there while I was calling the other people, tupatane pale nje so that we can be able to figure out how you'll present. Sawa sawa? Yeah.
A round of applause for Eugene. So maybe most of you are wondering why you're being asked to go around. You see, the way you used to visit some exhibits, maybe let's say at National Museum, that's the same thing we're doing here. Yeah? Maybe the kettle being vetted somewhere, and then you go to visit the agricultural festival. So that's the same thing here. So msikae tu chini, go and explore, go and see what your people are inventing, and then maybe you can get some inspiration from there. Meanwhile, our DJ give us the next song. DJ umelala? Is our DJ asleep?
you.